Hello, welcome to Whispered Tales. Step softly now, and listen. Not just with your ears, but with something deeper, the part of you that understands secrets before they are spoken, that senses a shadow before it moves. For this is a tale not of warriors and conquest, but of whispers in the dark, of illusions that shape empires, and of a woman whose name is uttered only in hushed tones, LeBlanc. In the heart of Noxus, where strength and ambition reign supreme, power does not always wear the armor of a soldier or the robes of a statesman. Sometimes, it hides behind a smile, a mirage so flawless that even the sharpest minds fail to realize they have been ensnared until it is far too late. The Black Rose, an ancient and secretive order, has long guided Noxus from the shadows. It is said they were there before the Empire's first stone was laid, and that they will remain long after its banners have faded into dust. And at the center of their unseen web stands a single figure, LeBlanc, the eternal deceiver. She is many things. A noble woman one moment, a forgotten advisor the next. A vision glimpsed in a candlelit corridor, a shadow flickering upon the walls of a war council. She is ageless, though none can say how long she has walked the halls of power. Some whisper that she is not one woman, but many, that the name LeBlanc is merely a title, passed from one mistress of deception to the next. Others insist she has perished 1,000 times, only to return again, her face unchanged, her voice as silken and dangerous as ever. What is truth, and what is illusion? That is the game she plays, a game without end. She has shaped kings and emperors, toppled regimes with a single whispered word, rewritten history as easily as a scribe flicks ink across parchment. She has no need for swords or armies. Wars are won and lost in the minds of those who believe they are free. And LeBlanc is the one who pens the script of their reality. Perhaps you have heard of her. Perhaps you have not. That, too, is by design. The Black Rose does not seek glory, only control. And control is best wielded when those beneath its grasp are blind to the hand that guides them. Tonight, we step beyond the veil, into a world of deception and quiet tyranny. We shall walk the corridors of power where whispers weave fates unseen, where the past and present blur into one. We shall glimpse the mind of a woman who has mastered the art of illusion, not simply the illusion of magic, but of truth itself. So, take a breath. Still your thoughts. Because in the presence of LeBlanc, nothing is ever quite as it seems. Long before Noxus became the empire it is today, before its grand citadels cast their long shadows upon the world, there existed a power unseen, a force that did not conquer by blade, but by thought. This was the Black Rose, a cabal of whispers, of unseen hands nudging history's course without ever leaving a mark. And at its heart, there was always her. LeBlanc. Or at least, that is the name the world has come to know her by. But names are mere veils, disguises worn and discarded like autumn leaves upon the wind. To seek the truth of LeBlanc is to chase a reflection upon still water, reach for it, and all that remains is ripples. Yet every illusion has a beginning. The earliest records, if they can be called such, speak of a woman who moved through the courts of old Noxus like a spectre. She was never at the center of a gathering, never the one to whom toasts were raised, but always there, just out of focus, a figure glimpsed in the corners of candlelight. Some called her an advisor, a confidant to those in power, but none could ever agree upon her face. To one, she was a raven-haired noblewoman with eyes like polished obsidian. To another, a flaxen-haired oracle draped in violet silk. And yet, they all recalled the same voice, low, lilting, dangerous in its elegance. She was not born into power, nor did she seize it with force. Instead, she wove herself into its very fabric. She did not demand allegiance, she made herself indispensable. A whisper in an ambitious general's ear, a guiding hand upon the quill of a struggling statesman. She was there when war was declared, when treaties were signed, when emperors fell and new rulers rose from the ashes. Yet, for all her influence, she was never seen to age. Decades passed, and still, she remained unaltered by time, untouched by the decay that claimed lesser men. Some whispered that she had discovered a way to cheat death itself, that her knowledge of magic ran deeper than any mortal could fathom. Others, the more superstitious, feared that she was not a woman at all, but something else, something ancient and watching, wearing the guise of flesh for as long as it suited her. And still, LeBlanc played her game. She did not rule Noxus, nor did she wish to. True power, after all, was not found upon a throne. Thrones could be overturned, kings could be slain, armies could be broken. But a thought, a well-placed whisper, could outlive empires. And so, she remained unseen, working in the shadows, her presence felt but never confirmed. She was a rumor in the halls of power, a name spoken only in hushed voices. A ghost, eternal and unknowable. And that is how she wished it to be. History is written by those who hold the quill, but LeBlanc has never needed ink to shape the fate of nations. She exists not in the annals of official records, nor in the bold proclamations of victors. Instead, her influence lingers in the forgotten pauses between words, in the sudden shifts of alliances, in the quiet doubts that creep into a ruler's mind when they realize they are no longer certain whose voice they truly follow. The Black Rose does not seek power in the way lesser men do. They do not march with banners unfurled or demand fealty beneath the sun's burning gaze. Power is best wielded when it is unseen, when it coils itself around the heart of an empire so subtly that its presence is never questioned, only obeyed. And this is where LeBlanc thrives. She does not conquer, she guides. She does not command, she suggests. When a Noxian general awakens from uneasy dreams, plagued by the sudden realization that his closest allies may yet turn against him, was that thought his own? Or was it planted there, a seed sown in the quiet of the night, nurtured by a voice he barely remembers hearing? When a noblewoman whispers sweet poison into the ear of a wavering official, urging him toward betrayal, does she do so of her own volition? Or has she, too, been nudged into place, her ambitions shaped by a figure she cannot name? LeBlanc does not need to be present to exert her will. She is a suggestion in a desperate moment, a flicker of movement in the corner of a candlelit chamber. The perfect illusion is not one that fools the eye, it is one that alters reality itself. For centuries, she has woven her tapestry of deception, ensuring that the empire of Noxus remains not under the rule of a single individual, but under the careful, unseen hand of the Black Rose. And though rulers may come and go, though tyrants may rise and fall, LeBlanc remains eternal, her presence shifting like mist in the dawn, slipping between identities as effortlessly as one breath follows another. And now, dear listener, you find yourself standing at the threshold of this unseen world, where truth is but a story well told and history is nothing more than a game played by those who know how to twist it to their will. But be warned, once you glimpse the grand deception, there is no turning back. For in the presence of LeBlanc, even the certainty of your own thoughts may not be what they seem. Long before she was a whisper on the lips of schemers, before she wove herself into the fabric of empires, she was something else. Something less. No history book records her true origins. No scholar dares claim knowledge of where she came from, or even when she first walked the halls of power. And yet, all who have felt the weight of her presence understand one simple truth: LeBlanc has always been. But even illusions must have a beginning. Once, she was a girl. A nameless figure lost in the pages of time, a shadow upon the cold stones of an ancient city whose name has long since been swallowed by the centuries. There are those who whisper that she was born in the twilight of an empire now forgotten, raised in the flickering candlelight of old magic. That she was not noble nor mighty, but something far more dangerous, an observer. She watched, She listened, and she learned. The world had always belonged to those who seized it with strength, to men who wielded steel and crushed their enemies beneath the heel of conquest. But she saw what others did not. The greatest victories were not won upon battlefields, but in the quiet moments before. Wars were decided not by the clash of swords, but by the trembling hands of rulers signing decrees they did not truly understand. And so, she did not seek to carve her name into history with blood and fire. She sought something far greater: knowledge. She studied magic, not the crude destruction favored by sorcerers who rain fire upon their enemies, nor the elemental forces wielded by shamans and mystics. No, her craft was subtler, more refined. She mastered the art of deception, of illusion so perfect that it could warp reality itself. She could become anyone, be anywhere, rewrite the very essence of perception. But even this was not enough. Magic was a tool, a means to an end, and what she sought was beyond mere spells. She wished to shape the world itself, to guide its course not through force, but through unseen hands and whispered words. And so, the girl became a shadow. She drifted through courts and corridors, through the chambers of kings and the whispers of merchants. She took many names, many faces. She was the confidant of rulers, the advisor of warlords, the voice in the dark that turned friend against friend, ally against ally. And as time passed, as those who knew her withered and died, one name remained: LeBlanc. Whether it was the name she was born with or one she had stolen, no one can say. But from the ashes of a forgotten past, the first illusion was cast. And the world has never been the same since. Power is never given freely. It is stolen, bartered, taken in the quiet hours of the night when trust becomes a blade pressed to the throat. No empire rises without sacrifice, and no queen is crowned without blood upon her hands. LeBlanc knew this from the very beginning. She had spent years, perhaps decades, learning the art of deception. Not merely the sleight of hand that fools the eye, nor the parlor tricks of street magicians. No, her craft was something far more dangerous. She could weave illusions so perfect they became indistinguishable from truth. A whisper, a glance, a moment of doubt. That was all it took for a ruler to question his most trusted general, for a lover to doubt the hand they had once sworn never to let go. But it was not enough to learn. It was not enough to watch the strings of power being pulled. If she wished to claim true dominion over the world, not as a queen, not as a conqueror, but as something far more enduring, she would have to prove herself. And so, the first betrayal was cast. The records of old Noxus are unclear, deliberately so. There is no mention of her name in the histories of the early empire, no statues built in her honor, no victories sung in the halls of warriors. And yet, if one were to peel back the layers of ink and parchment, if one were to look not at what was written, but at what was missing, a pattern would emerge. A ruler, loved by his people, cut down in the dead of night. A noble house, once powerful, erased from existence. A war that never came to pass, because its generals vanished before the first blade was drawn. Who pulled the strings? Whose hand guided these silent calamities? The Black Rose. And at the heart of it all, there she stood, LeBlanc, the architect of an empire built not upon steel, but upon uncertainty. For her, it had been effortless. A well-placed rumor, a stolen letter, a single illusion in the candlelit halls of power. One moment, a trusted chancellor met with his allies. The next, he was seen whispering in the dark with the enemies of the state. One moment, a king prepared for battle. The next, he was found lifeless in his chambers, his closest guard swearing they had seen him rise from his bed and walk into the night, never to return. Was it magic? Was it manipulation? Or was it simply human nature, the tendency to believe what one fears most? LeBlanc never revealed the truth. She never needed to. With every betrayal, She grew stronger. The world did not need to know her name, only to dance to the tune she played. And those who sought to uncover the truth, those who looked too closely, those who dared to ask who truly held the reins of power, well, history has no memory of them. Because, in the end, there are no records of shadows. Only the whispers they leave behind. Time is the great enemy of all rulers. Kings rise and fall, empires crumble. Names once spoken in reverence fade into whispers, then silence. But LeBlanc is different. She does not fade. She does not wither. She does not die. At least, not in the way that others do. There are records, contradictory, fragmented, elusive, of LeBlanc appearing in the courts of Noxus centuries ago, her presence woven into the fabric of history like a hidden thread. Some accounts describe a woman of dark hair and violet eyes, an enchanting beauty draped in shadow. Others recall a noble lady of golden locks and an icy gaze, her voice like silk laced with poison. And yet, these stories span lifetimes. Generations of rulers and warriors have come and gone, yet LeBlanc remains unchanged. How can this be? Many have sought the answer. Some claim she is no mortal woman at all, but something older, something born of magic itself, feeding on the lifeblood of the empire she quietly controls. Others believe she has mastered the arcane, bending time to her will, shedding bodies like a serpent sheds its skin, ever reborn, ever renewed. The truth, of course, is far more dangerous. LeBlanc does not seek immortality in the way fools do. She does not carve her name in stone or demand the devotion of men who would build statues in her honor. She does not need to. For LeBlanc is not a name. It is an idea. A mask, worn and discarded, remade and reshaped with each passing century. When one LeBlanc falls, another rises. The illusion never breaks, because the illusion is all that matters. And so, she moves through time untouched, unbound. She watches as generations of leaders war and wither, as the strong devour the weak, as new tyrants rise only to be swallowed by the very darkness they sought to command. And she is always there, just beyond the curtain, just beyond the veil of understanding, her presence felt but never truly grasped. A warlord once sought to expose her. He had spent decades gathering evidence, piecing together forgotten scraps of knowledge, convinced that he had uncovered the secret of her longevity. He marched to the highest chamber of Noxus, his heart pounding with triumph, his lips ready to speak the truth. And there she was, waiting for him. He hesitated, just for a moment. But it was enough. She smiled. And then, she spoke. By the time he left that room, his mind was clouded with uncertainty. Had he been wrong? Had it all been a dream, an illusion crafted by his own ambition? When they found his body days later, there was no sign of struggle. His heart had simply stopped, as if he had lost the will to keep it beating. LeBlanc does not need to erase her enemies. She merely allows them to erase themselves. For in the end, what is death, if not the breaking of an illusion? And what is immortality, if not its perfect preservation? Noxus is a city of might, a land where strength is law and ambition is the only currency that truly matters. To the outside world, its rulers are those who lead armies, those who carve their names into history with steel and blood. But beneath the surface, beneath the grand halls of generals and the war cries of soldiers, another war is waged, one without banners, without battlefields, without a single drop of blood spilt in the open. This is LeBlanc's war. She does not stand upon the front lines, nor does she seek to sit upon a throne. No, she understands that true power is never in the hands of those who claim it, but in the whispers that shape their decisions. The Black Rose has always thrived in the spaces between ambition and fear. It is there, in the moments of doubt before a ruler signs a decree, in the flicker of hesitation before a general orders his men to charge, that LeBlanc's influence takes root. She does not command, she guides. She does not threaten, she suggests. And in doing so, she shapes the very foundation of Noxian rule without ever staining her hands with its burdens. Swain may sit upon the throne now, the so-called visionary who clawed his way to power with his wits and his unbreakable will. But even he cannot silence the whispers. He knows she is there, watching, waiting, twisting the very structure of the empire he seeks to control. He does not trust her. He cannot trust her. But can he remove her? That is the game she plays. A game that has no clear rules, no single victor, only an eternal dance of deception and control. Darius, the hand of Noxus, the very embodiment of brute strength, sees only war, only conquest. But he, too, is bound by the unseen forces that shape his fate. A wrong move, a misplaced trust, and even he, so sure of his place in the empire, could become nothing more than a pawn on LeBlanc's board. For years, for centuries, she has played this game. Rulers have come and gone, kings have risen and fallen, and yet she remains. Not because she demands it, not because she forces it, because the very structure of Noxus ensures her survival. The strong rule, but the wise endure. And so, the black rose continues to bloom in the shadows, unseen but ever present, its petals woven into the heart of Noxus itself. There is no rebellion against an enemy you cannot see. No war against a hand you do not realize is guiding you. This is LeBlanc's Noxus. The rest are simply living in it. Power, true power, is never without its price. The fools who scramble for crowns and titles believe it is won through war, through victory, through the bodies of their enemies piled at their feet. But LeBlanc knows better. She has always known. Power is not taken. It is given. It is surrendered in moments of doubt, in whispered bargains struck in the dead of night. It is woven into the choices of rulers who believe their thoughts are their own, never realizing they are dancing to a tune they cannot hear. And so, she takes nothing by force. She does not need to. But for all her mastery, for all her control, there are moments, rare and fleeting, when she feels the weight of what she has built. Not regret. No, never regret. That is for weaker souls. But there is something else, something that lingers in the quiet spaces of her mind when the illusions fade, when the mask slips just for a moment. She has rewritten history 1,000 times over. She has erased names from memory, entire bloodlines wiped from existence, their stories left unfinished, untold. She has ensured that the past bends to her will, that the truth is whatever she chooses it to be. And yet, what of her own past? The thought creeps in like an unwelcome guest, clawing at the edges of her mind. The first time she felt the thrill of deception, the first time she realized that reality was nothing more than a story waiting to be rewritten. When was it? When had she first stepped into the shadows, first worn the name LeBlanc? She should know. And yet, even she is uncertain. There are memories, but they are fragmented, shifting like reflections in rippling water. A girl, nameless and hungry, watching as men in fine robes dictated the fate of thousands with a single careless word. A teacher, or perhaps a mentor, whispering secrets of magic and illusion in a voice she can no longer place. A betrayal, sharp, sudden, irrevocable. Did it happen? Or is it simply another illusion, a story she has told herself for so long that even she has come to believe it? She cannot know. And perhaps that is the greatest illusion of all. For while LeBlanc may control the world, may shape the thoughts of rulers and rewrite the very fabric of history, there is one thing that remains beyond even her grasp. Herself. The greatest trick LeBlanc ever performed was not deceiving kings, nor toppling empires with a whisper. It was not the rewriting of history, nor the vanishing of names from the annals of time. No, her greatest illusion was far simpler, far more insidious. She convinced the world that she does not exist. Oh, they speak of her, of course. In hushed tones, behind locked doors, when the firelight flickers and shadows stretch too far across the walls. They tell tales of a woman who has lived for centuries, who has seen the rise and fall of nations yet remains unchanged. Some say she is a ghost, an eternal phantom whose laughter lingers long after she is gone. Others claim she is many, an endless cycle of deceivers, one stepping into the role as another fades, ensuring that LeBlanc is never truly gone. And that is exactly how she wants it. For what is power, if not the ability to control perception itself? To make herself a myth is to grant herself immortality greater than any spell, greater than any throne. A ruler may be overthrown, a tyrant may be slain, but a whisper? A shadow? You cannot kill what you cannot catch. The Black Rose thrives on this very principle. No banners, no armies, no grand proclamations. They move in silence, in secret, in well-placed words that steer the course of history without ever leaving a trace. And at the heart of it all, she remains, unseen but omnipresent. Even Swain, with all his cunning, with his grasp of dark magic and the knowledge gifted to him by his demon, cannot untangle the thread she has woven. He may sit upon the throne of Noxus, may think himself in control, but deep down, he knows the truth. The Black Rose has survived for centuries, not because it is strong, but because it is untouchable. Because it is everywhere. Because it is no one. Because it is her. LeBlanc does not seek recognition, nor does she crave the weight of a crown. There is no glory in being seen, no power in being known. Those who hunger for such things make themselves targets, their ambitions carving their own downfall long before the blade strikes. But a rumor? A suggestion? A face glimpsed in the crowd, never quite the same twice? That is eternal. That is the grandest illusion of all. Power is a fragile thing. It must be cultivated, nurtured, kept in careful balance. A ruler who grips too tightly will find it slipping through their fingers like sand. One who holds it too loosely will see it stolen before they even realize it is gone. LeBlanc understands this better than any other. She has shaped Noxus for centuries, her influence stretching across generations. She has bent the will of warlords, emperors, and revolutionaries alike. And yet, she has never claimed a throne, never carved her name into stone or demanded the loyalty of an army. She has no need to. But something is changing. The shadows have begun to stir. The whispers that once carried only her voice now carry others. There are those who seek to unmask her, to pull back the veil and expose the illusion she has so carefully crafted. They do not yet understand that to reveal LeBlanc is to grasp at smoke, to believe, foolishly, that there is only one of her, that she can be defined, named, undone. Still, she listens. She watches. Swain, for all his wisdom, grows restless. His war with the Black Rose is an unspoken thing, waged in glances and silence, in meetings that never happen and conversations that leave no trace. He searches for her, hunts for her, his demon whispering secrets that even he cannot fully trust. Darius, ever the blunt instrument, does not concern himself with such things. He marches, he conquers, he spills blood in the name of Noxian strength. But strength alone has never ruled Noxus. It has only ever been a tool for those who know how to wield it. And beyond them, in the deeper shadows, something older stirs. LeBlanc has always known that power is cyclical. The rise and fall of rulers, the shifting tides of war and peace, these things are inevitable. She has always been patient, always adapted, always survived. But for the first time in centuries, a whisper curls through the dark, carrying a weight that even she cannot ignore. A question, unanswered. A name, long forgotten. A past that even she does not remember. For all her mastery, for all her illusions, there is one truth she has never been able to escape. There is always something watching. And this time, it is watching her. LeBlanc has spent centuries shaping the world from behind the veil, weaving illusions so perfect that even history itself bends to her will. She has rewritten the past, guided the present, and planted the seeds of futures yet to come. But something is different now. For the first time in an age, she feels it. Not an enemy she can outmaneuver, not a rival she can eliminate with a whisper and a smile. No, this presence is something else entirely. It does not seek to strike her down, nor does it seek to unmask her. It simply watches. It is not Swain. He still fights his silent war against the Black Rose, convinced that his demon's whispers will reveal the truth. He does not understand that truth is a weapon wielded only by those who know how to twist it. LeBlanc is not concerned with him. He is a challenge, yes, but a predictable one. This is something older. She senses it in the empty halls where no footsteps should echo, in the flickering candlelight that shudders without wind. A presence, lingering at the edge of perception, never seen, never heard, only felt. A moment of hesitation in her own mind, a flicker of doubt that she has not known in centuries. LeBlanc has unmade queens and emperors. She has crafted legends and shattered them just as easily. And yet, for all her mastery, there is one illusion she has never been able to break. Her own past. She knows, deep down, that she has lived longer than any mortal should. She knows that her face, ageless and eternal, should not exist beyond the rise and fall of civilizations. But she does not know how. She does not know why. And now, something else knows it too. Is it a ghost from the past? A force she once manipulated that has returned, not to seek vengeance, but to remind her of what she has lost? Or is it something worse? A truth she has spent centuries running from. For all her power, for all her illusions, there is one thing LeBlanc has never dared to face. Herself. LeBlanc has spent lifetimes unraveling the minds of others, turning their thoughts into threads she can weave into whatever tapestry she desires. Yet now, as she moves through the grand halls of Noxus, she finds herself ensnared in a web of her own making. Something is wrong. It is not fear. No, she abandoned such trivial emotions long ago. This is something colder, deeper, a sensation that lingers like a whisper just beyond the edge of understanding. She has felt it before, in the spaces between shadows, in the echoes of names she should have long forgotten. But now, it follows her, latching onto her thoughts like a phantom hand pressing against her back. For centuries, LeBlanc has dictated the course of history, shaping rulers, deciding the fate of kingdoms without ever claiming a throne of her own. The Black Rose has endured because she has ensured it. And yet, what if she is not its architect? The thought is absurd. Impossible. And yet, it lingers. The presence that watches her does not move to strike. It does not seek to unravel her schemes or destroy what she has built. Instead, it waits, as though it already knows the ending of a story she has only just begun to read. She searches for answers, but all she finds are fragments. Pieces of a past she does not remember, whispers of a life that should not have been hers to forget. A name, one that does not belong to her. A face, one that is both hers and not hers at all. A promise, made long ago, in a time even she cannot recall. And then, a voice. Not spoken aloud, but curling through her mind like mist over still water. You are not the first. LeBlanc freezes. For the first time in centuries, an illusion flickers, not one she has cast, but the one she has lived within. Because if she is not the first, then she is not eternal. She is not inevitable. She is simply another mask. And the truth waiting beneath it is something even she is afraid to see. For centuries, LeBlanc has been many things. A whisper in the dark, a flicker of movement in candlelight, a shadow glimpsed but never caught. She has shaped the fate of Noxus without ever wearing its crown, her influence stretching beyond the reach of history itself. But now, for the first time, she feels something unfamiliar. Doubt. The voice lingers in her mind, a quiet ripple beneath the surface of her thoughts. You are not the first. It should be impossible. She is LeBlanc. She has always been. The name is hers alone, a mantle she has worn since before Noxus was carved into the world. And yet, the presence that watches her does not question. It does not accuse. It simply waits, as though it knows a truth she has spent centuries avoiding. She moves through the grand corridors of Noxus, past the warlords and noble schemers who unknowingly dance to the strings she pulls. Nothing has changed. And yet, everything has. She is LeBlanc. Isn't she? Her steps take her beyond the walls of the capital, beyond the reach of the Empire's ceaseless hunger. She walks where time forgets, where ruins rest beneath overgrown ivy, where ancient stone whispers of lives lost to history. She does not know why she has come here, only that she must. And then, she sees it. A statue, half buried in the earth, its edges worn smooth by centuries of wind and rain. A figure cloaked in flowing robes, a hand outstretched, as if caught mid-speech. The features have faded, eroded by time. But not enough. Not enough to hide the truth. LeBlanc stares at the statue's face, and her world tilts. It is her. Not a resemblance. Not a coincidence. It is her. And yet, the stone is older than even her oldest memory. 1,000 questions claw at her mind. She reaches out, tracing her fingers over the ancient carving. There, at the base, just barely visible beneath the moss and dust, a single word remains. Not LeBlanc. A different name. One she does not recognize. One she cannot remember. But it is hers. Isn't it? The illusion flickers. And for the first time in centuries, LeBlanc wonders if she, too, has been deceived. LeBlanc does not hesitate. Hesitation is for the weak, for those who have yet to master the art of control. And yet, as her fingers brush against the weathered inscription beneath the statue, she feels something she has not felt in centuries. A crack in the illusion. The name is there, half buried in dust, eroded by time. Not LeBlanc. Something else. Something older. She forces herself to read it. The moment her eyes trace the letters, something shifts. A sensation like cold fingers pressing against her skull, like the world tilting beneath her feet. A memory, not one she recalls, but one that remembers her. She sees a hall, grand and unfamiliar, draped in banners that bear a sigil she does not recognize. A figure stands at its center, not a warlord, not a ruler, but a woman cloaked in violet, her presence commanding without a single word spoken. LeBlanc watches as nobles kneel before her, not out of fear, nor out of loyalty, but out of something deeper. Devotion. Worship. The woman speaks. The black rose is eternal. LeBlanc knows the words. She has spoken them herself countless times. But this voice is not hers. And yet, it feels like it should be. She tries to look upon the woman's face. And then, nothing. The memory vanishes as suddenly as it came, slipping through her grasp like water through trembling fingers. She is back in the ruins, back in the present, the whisper of forgotten time still lingering in the air around her. LeBlanc steadies herself, but the damage is done. The illusion has cracked further, and she can no longer ignore the truth that seeps through the fractures. She has lived for centuries. She has outlasted rulers, outmaneuvered the greatest minds, rewritten history itself. But she has not always been LeBlanc. The name she wears is a mask, and beneath it, another waits. A name she cannot remember, a life she has long since abandoned, or had taken from her. How many times has this happened? How many versions of herself have walked this path, uncovered this truth, only to be swallowed by the cycle again? She does not know. But something does. The presence that has been watching her is still there, patient, waiting. LeBlanc has always thought herself the master of deception. But for the first time, she wonders. Has she been the greatest trick of all? LeBlanc has always believed she is the master of the game, the weaver of illusions, the unseen hand guiding history's course. But now, standing before the crumbling remnants of a past she does not remember, she realizes the truth. She is not the player. She is the piece. The name beneath the statue has already begun to fade. She forces herself to read it again, to carve it into her mind before time steals it away once more. But even as she does, the letters shift, blur, twist into something she cannot hold. The harder she grasps, the more they slip away. No magic is doing this. No spell, no trick of the mind. This is something deeper, older, a force beyond even her understanding. And then, a whisper, curling through the ruins like a breath of cold air. You were never meant to remember. The presence steps closer. Not physically, no, it has no form, no face. But it is there, watching, just as it always has been. She should be afraid. LeBlanc has never feared death. She has walked alongside it, twisted its inevitability into mere illusion. She has erased her name from history, rewritten herself into something untouchable. But this is not death. This is something worse. A cycle. A loop, endless and inescapable. She is not the first to wear the name LeBlanc, just as she will not be the last. She is not eternal, only the mask is. Who are you? She asks, though she is uncertain if the words even leave her lips. Who were you? The voice replies. And she does not know. For centuries, she has believed herself to be the architect of Noxus's future, the silent force ensuring the Black Rose endures. But now, a single, terrible thought takes root in her mind. What if she is nothing more than the illusion? A construct. A fragment of something greater, something that requires her to forget, to erase herself again and again so that the cycle may continue. The presence does not answer. It does not need to. LeBlanc straightens, smoothing the fabric of her cloak as though this knowledge has not unsettled her. If she has done this before, then she will do it again. And this time, she will win. The cycle may not be broken, but it can be rewritten. The illusion may be crafted anew, not by those who seek to control her, but by her own hand. The Black Rose is eternal. The words come easily. They always do. She turns away from the ruins, from the name she cannot hold, from the truth she cannot afford to dwell on. The past is gone, and the present is hers to shape once more. Let the presence watch. Let the cycle turn. For in the end, LeBlanc has always known. It is not about what is true. It is about what you make others believe. And so, the illusion remains. LeBlanc moves unseen, a whisper in the dark, a shadow slipping between history's pages. Perhaps she has done this before. Perhaps she will do it again. But in the end, does it matter? Truth is nothing more than a story well told. If you've enjoyed this journey through deception and power, be sure to follow for more tales hidden in the shadows. There are always more secrets to uncover, more whispers waiting to be heard. Until next time, remember, nothing is ever quite as it seems.